Irradiation Center offers gamma ray, electron beam, and X-ray irradiation services for food, agricultural produce, herbs, and medical supplies. TINT's GEMS Irradiation Center is currently the largest in Southeast Asia, offering irradiation services to increase the market value of gemstones. Radioactive Waste Management Center is the only place in Thailand that offers radioactive waste management services for the whole country, including waste from hospitals, industries, research centers, and academic institutions. We follow international standards and procedures on the prevention of radioactive waste leakage and contamination, ensuring safety for everyone and the environment. The Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology plays a major role in enhancing public knowledge and understanding of nuclear technology and promoting its benefits through various channels. TINT's mission also includes training and capacity building for practitioners and operators, improving their knowledge and understanding of the technology while ensuring safety for everyone. With the advancement in nuclear technology, TINT is currently making progress with 2 new infrastructure projects. The Cyclotron Center will expand our capacity in radiopharmaceutical production to support the country's demand, and the tokamak device, which help us further our research in nuclear fusion technology to create power for the future. Under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, is regarded as one of the leading nuclear science agencies in Southeast Asia as a result of their performance and their excellence. The world never stops turning. Human activities will continue to move our world forward. Nuclear technology offers opportunities that will help to advance Thailand in our pursuit of a sustainable future. The Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, will continue to drive Thailand's economy and social development with nuclear technology, with stability at every step to enable Thailand to proudly become ASEAN's center of nuclear technology.
Moving forward to the 21st century, it is inevitable that science and technology and innovation become parts of human daily living. Nowadays, most of things around human being are developed from acquired knowledge, being invented and evacuated as technology and further, as innovations responding to endless needs of human being. In Thailand, the organizations related to science and technology have played important roles in development of science, technology and innovation by encouraging applications of these developed STI to sustainably improve the country and people's quality of life. Synchrotron Light Research Institute, public organization, or SLRI, is established under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, formerly as the Ministry of Science and Technology, to serve as the country's central laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art scientific facilities. SLRI has also substantially promoted creation of scientific bodies of knowledge among researchers from both public and private sectors. The creation, later on, leads to new technologies that will eventually be developed into innovations to upgrade life quality of Thai people. The important research facility, which is as a heart of research, works as a product of full efforts and devotions of SLRI, is the light source with high intensity. The stated light source produces light with over 1 million times brighter than the sunlight. Researchers can fully utilize the light for study, research and development purposes. For example, application of the light to study structure in atomic scale of different materials to understand their physical properties, such as hardness, elasticity, and conductivity, and improvement of substance properties. This high-intensity light source is called a synchrotron light source. It is capable to produce light with properties superior to those generated from other sources, including tremendously high intensity and with wide wavelength covering infrared, ultraviolet, and X-rays. This is a special property benefits the view of internal physical structure in every scale and can be of great use. For example, from studying biomolecular bonds in the cells of living organisms using infrared light, testing chemical state of elements contaminated on metal surface using ultraviolet light, to study the structure of protein crystals using X-ray. All these unique properties of synchrotron light are key factors helping researchers to get to know and understand nature and matter behavior. They can also be applied to efficiently solve production problems and develop new products in industrial sector. The synchrotron light source generates synchrotron light from particles called electrons, which are released from current-heated metal surface. Then, a large number of electrons are transferred into the particle accelerator, where their speed is accelerated until it is close to the speed of light, or 300,000 kilometers per second. After that, the electrons are sent into the electron storage ring, where synchrotron light is generated. Electrons in the vacuum tube are forced to abruptly change direction. They lose energy and finally emit energy in the form of synchrotron light. The generated synchrotron light needs beamlines in order to make use of the light in various purposes. Scientists, therefore, have designed beamlines to transfer the synchrotron light to the experimental end stations. The synchrotron light source at SLRI is one of around 50 synchrotron light sources located in 20 science and technology leading countries around the world. The SLRI synchrotron light source contains a capacity of 1.2 giga-electron volts with a storage ring with circumference of 81.3 meters. The 12 beamlines are currently available for researchers to be used for studies and cover almost every field, such as agriculture, environment, food, medicine, cosmetics, material sciences, and various industries such as rubber, polymer, metal, cement, construction materials, etc. Apart from the synchrotron light, SLRI is developing many different related synchrotron technologies. For example, vacuum technology, high accuracy control technology,
that never stops turning, Science has always been an integral part of the progress and advancement of human society. More than 100 years ago, a new branch of advanced science called nuclear technology emerged. It was the discovery of the century that marked a quantum leap in our world's development, especially in medicine and public health, food and agricultural industries, and electricity generation. About 60 years ago, with support from the United States of America, Thailand successfully built the country's first research reactor. The year 1962 marked the beginning of Thailand's mission on the research and development of nuclear technology. Since then, the benefits of nuclear technology have been demonstrated through its various uses. In 2006, the government approved the establishment of the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, with missions of research and development, as well as promoting the benefits of nuclear technology. TIN's mission in research and development, spanning many aspects of the technology in response to user demand, include the following. Medicine and public health. Radioisotope research has led to the development of radiopharmaceuticals that are used in medical diagnosis and treatments for cancer and tumors. Materials, science, and industry. Radiation can be used to improve the properties of various materials, from making the materials more environmentally friendly to creating innovative products. Biotechnology and agriculture. Irradiation technology has been used in improving plant breathing, controlling fruit fly population through radiation sterilization, and developing plant hormones for disease resistance. Environmental technology. Isotopes have been used in water resource management and groundwater studies. Moreover, nuclear technology has also been applied in archaeological study and research, and in the restoration of national treasures. In addition to our mission of research and development, the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology also provides many technical services to the public through our facilities. The Thai Research Reactor, the Center of Research Reactor Operations and Management, is the largest neutron reactor in Thailand and the foundation of Thai nuclear technology. At present, the center serves as our key infrastructure for radiopharmaceutical production, gem irradiation, neutron photography, and elemental analysis. It also offers academic services and training in nuclear science and engineering. The Nuclear Technology Service Center also offers many services, including radiation measurement for export products, oil refinery distillation column inspection without stopping the operation by non-destructive radiographic testing, and radiation detection instrument calibration. The Radioisotope Center leads the production of primary isotopes, labeled compounds, and radiopharmaceutical kits to support the diagnosis and treatment of cancer and tumor patients while providing services to the nuclear medicine divisions in every hospital in the country. Thai Irradiation Center offers gamma ray, electron beam, and X-ray irradiation services for food, agricultural produce, herbs, and medical supplies. TIN's GEMS Irradiation Center is currently the largest in Southeast Asia, offering irradiation services to increase the market value of gemstones. Radioactive Waste Management Center is the only place in Thailand that offers radioactive waste management services for the whole country, including waste from hospitals, industries, research centers, and academic institutions. We follow international standards and procedures on the prevention of radioactive waste leakage and contamination, ensuring safety for everyone and the environment. The Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology plays a major role in enhancing public knowledge and understanding of nuclear technology and promoting its benefits through various channels. TIN's mission also includes training and capacity building for practitioners and operators, improving their knowledge and understanding of the technology while ensuring safety for everyone. With the advancement in nuclear technology, TINT is currently making progress with 2 new infrastructure projects. The Cyclotron Center will expand our capacity in radiopharmaceutical production to support the country's demand, and the tokamak device, which help us further our research in nuclear fusion technology to create power for the future. Under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, is regarded as one of the leading nuclear science agencies in Southeast Asia as a result of their performance and their excellence. The world never stops turning. Human activities will continue to move our world forward. Nuclear technology offers opportunities that will help to advance Thailand in our pursuit of a sustainable future. The Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, will continue to drive Thailand's economy and social development with nuclear technology, with stability at every step to enable Thailand to proudly become ASEAN's center of nuclear technology.
Moving forward to the 21st century, it is inevitable that science and technology and innovation become parts of human daily living. Nowadays, most of things around human being are developed from acquired knowledge being invented and evacuated as technology and further, as innovations responding to endless needs of human being. In Thailand, the organizations related to science and technology have played important roles in development of science, technology and innovation by encouraging applications of these developed STI to sustainably improve the country and people's quality of life. Synchrotron Light Research Institute, public organization, or SLRI, is established under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, formerly as the Ministry of Science and Technology, to serve as the country's central laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art scientific facilities. SLRI has also substantially promoted creation of scientific bodies of knowledge among researchers from both public and private sectors. The creation, later on, leads to new technologies that will eventually be developed into innovations to upgrade life quality of Thai people. The important research facility, which is as a heart of research, works as a product of full efforts and devotions of SLRI, is the light source with high intensity. The stated light source produces light with over 1 million times brighter than the sunlight. Researchers can fully utilize the light for study, research and development purposes. For example, application of the light to study structure in atomic scale of different materials to understand their physical properties, such as hardness, elasticity, and conductivity, and improvement of substance properties. This high-intensity light source is called a synchrotron light source. It is capable to produce light with properties superior to those generated from other sources, including tremendously high intensity and with wide wavelength covering infrared, ultraviolet and X-rays. This is a special property benefits the view of internal physical structure in every scale and can be of great use. For example, from studying biomolecular bonds in the cells of living organisms using infrared light, testing chemical state of elements contaminated on metal surface using ultraviolet light, to study the structure of protein crystals using X-ray, All these unique properties of synchrotron light are key factors helping researchers to get to know and understand nature and matter behavior. They can also be applied to efficiently solve production problems and develop new products in industrial sector. The synchrotron light source generates synchrotron light from particles called electrons, which are released from current heated metal surface. Then, a large number of electrons are transferred into the particle accelerator, where their speed is accelerated until it is close to the speed of light, or 300,000 kilometers per second. After that, the electrons are sent into the electron storage ring, where synchrotron light is generated. Electrons in the vacuum tube are forced to abruptly change direction. They lose energy and finally emit energy in the form of synchrotron light. The generated synchrotron light needs beamlines in order to make use of the light in various purposes. Scientists, therefore, have designed beamlines to transfer the synchrotron light to the experimental end stations. The synchrotron light source at SLRI is one of around 50 synchrotron light sources located in 20 science and technology leading countries around the world. The SLRI synchrotron light source contains a capacity of 1.2 giga-electron volts with a storage ring with circumference of 81.3 meters. The 12 beamlines are currently available for researchers to be used for studies and cover almost every field, such as agriculture, environment, food, medicine, cosmetics, material sciences, and various industries such as rubber, polymer, metal, cement, construction materials, etc. Apart from the synchrotron light, SLRI is developing many different related synchrotron technologies. For example, vacuum technology, high accuracy control technology, radio frequency technology, and microstructure production technology. These technologies will be tremendously beneficial to the country's industries. Over the past 10 years of service, SLRI has moved forward alongside researchers with over 900 prominent research results. SLRI also supports Thai industries and has created several million baht of economic value over the past 7 years. With high expertise and experience of colleagues, SLRI is confident and proud to take part in supporting Thai industries and the country for continued and sustainable development in order to upgrade life quality and better living of people, and to drive science, technology and innovation as a part of people's way of living in the 21st century.
In a world that never stops turning, science has always been an integral part of the progress and advancement of human society. More than 100 years ago, a new branch of advanced science called nuclear technology emerged. It was the discovery of the century that marked a quantum leap in our world's development, especially in medicine and public health, food and agricultural industries, and electricity generation. About 60 years ago, with support from the United States of America, Thailand successfully built the country's first research reactor. The year 1962 marked the beginning of Thailand's mission on the research and development of nuclear technology. Since then, the benefits of nuclear technology have been demonstrated through its various uses. In 2006, the government approved the establishment of the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, with missions of research
他们来整理个电梯，他们俩去买东西，他们到 cold storage，正好路过那里，我们下次也去。说起去，哎呀，说个话呀。
跟收拾好了可以，今天来找
我来弄，我来弄。
这么多人
是的，都是这样。
ปิดไปละรู้ตัวครับฮัลโหลคุณธนุสินครับคุณธนุสินอยากจะเทส presentation file ไหมครับ
น้องชื่อธีรศักดิ์ค่ะ
อ้าวน
ามสกุลธนูสิน
อ้าวขอโทษครับขอโทษโอ้ใช่ครับผม
ค่ะ
ครับแต่ว่า
น้อง
คุณธี
ตั้
ร
ม
ศักดิ์
เรียกน้องตั้มก็ได้ค่ะ
ครับคุณตั้มอยู่ไหมครับ
โอเคมิวอยู่โอเคอยู่ครับ
สามารถเทส presentation file ได้ตอนนี้นะครับถ้าอยากเทส
ที่ว่าได้ครับอยู่ครับสักครู่นะครับแล้วก็แชร์สกรีน
ครับสามารถกดแชร์ได้เลยนะครับหน้าคุ้นๆนะ
คุณไหมครับเจอกันบ่อยหล่อใช่ไหมครับ
ครับ
สวัสดีครับขึ้นไหมครับ
ขึ้นครับ full screen เรียบร้อยครับผม
โอเค full screen นะครับแล้วก็
ครับผม
อันนี้ภายในเวลาครึ่งชั่วโมงนะครับก็จะโอเครันไปตามนี้ก่อนเนาะ
ได้ครับลองกดดูก็ได้ครับว่ามีตรงไหนสไลด์ตรงไหนเพี้ยนหรือว่าไม่ขึ้นหรือเปล่าครับผม
โอเคครับโอเค perfect ครับเรียบร้อย
โอเคครับขอบคุณมากครับผม stop share ได้ครับขอบคุณครับ
stop sharing screen
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Baroto from Batam, Indonesia.
Hi, Mr. Baroto. Would you like to test your slide?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, you can share it right now and maybe run through it a little bit.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, I will share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it full screen right now. You may run it through just a quick check that is the transition between the slides is okay.
Okay, I'll try until the end. Is it moving?
Yes, yes, yes. It's
Okay.
moving. It's moving. Yes.
Okay. So it is moving.
Yes, it played perfectly.
Okay. Okay. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So see you on
Okay.
time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Anyone here as speakers would like to test the presentation file? Oh, Dr. Bui Chi Hong. Dr. Bui Chi Hong, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, yes. Would you like to test your
Hello.
presentation file?
Okay. Um,
You can share the screen.
okay. I got it. Wait me. Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Could you try to make it full screen? This is just not a full screen yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's full screen now. Yes, please. Great. Looks good.
Thanks. Sorry. Can you hear my video?
Yes, just a little bit. Yes, yes. The sound is come up. Yes, it's playing. Yeah. How you call this name of this instrument?
Sorry. I cannot hear. What do you say?
Yeah. The instruments. I think that's a Vietnamese instrument play in the media. I used to listen to it in Hanoi, but I don't know the
Yeah.
name of the instrument.
Um,
It's very interesting one string instrument, right? You just move it a little bit. There's one string over there, and you just play like guitar with one line. Is it that one?
yeah.
Yeah. What's the name? What's the name of the instrument?
You mean in the in this video?
Yeah. It's playing in the video.
It is ốc eo ốc eo là in An Giang province.
Ốc eo.
An Giang. Yeah. In
Ah.
Hanoi is north in my country, and ốc eo in An Giang province in the south in my country.
So
Yeah.
it's also has a local name as well.
Yeah,
Ốc
you
eo.
can see ốc eo. You can
I
see
see.
the final in my country.
I see. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very impressive.
Yeah.
It's very impressive instrument. When you see it and listen to it, it's just wow. It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe now I will for to lunch. See you.
Yes. See you at 1 p.m. Yeah. You can stop sharing the screen as well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Just quickly check. เราไม่มีแล้วเนอะพี่นี่สัสิพันธ์ครับเราไม่มีคนอื่นเนาะหมายความว่า speakers
ยังไม่เห็นนะคะ เดี๋ยวขอเช็คใน participant list นิดนึง
คุณธีรศักดิ์คุณตั้มมาแล้วนะครั
คุณธีรศักดิ์แล้วค่ะ
ครับผมบาโรโตมาแล้วเดี๋ยวนะทำไม
คุณโฟเรียนาก็น่าจะรอประมาณบ่ายโมงนะคะ
ครับผมครับ
ค่ะ
ไฟล์โอเคครับนั่นOkay, so we will be around, but so if anyone has a question or request, you can leave it in the chat box or just voice out. Otherwise, if nothing change, we will get back on the official schedule about around 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Encouraging applications of these developed STI to sustainably improve the country and people's quality of life. Synchrotron Light Research Institute Public Organization, or SLRI, is established under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, formerly as the Ministry of Science and Technology, to serve as the country's central laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art scientific facilities. SLRI has also substantially promoted creation of scientific bodies of knowledge among researchers from both public and private sectors. The creation, later on, leads to new technologies that will eventually be developed into innovations to upgrade life quality of Thai people. The important research facility, which is as a heart of research, works as a product of full efforts and devotions of SLRI, is the light source with high intensity. The stated light source produces light with over 1 million times brighter than the sunlight. Researchers can fully utilize the light for study, research and development purposes. For example, application of the light to study structure in atomic scale of different materials to understand their physical properties, such as hardness, elasticity, and conductivity, and improvement of substance properties. This high-intensity light source is called a synchrotron light source. It is capable to produce light with properties superior to those generated from other sources, including tremendously high intensity and with wide wavelength covering infrared, ultraviolet and X-rays. This is a special property benefits the view of internal physical structure in every scale and can be of great use. For example, from studying biomolecular bonds in the cells of living organisms using infrared light, testing chemical state of elements contaminated on metal surface using ultraviolet light, to study the structure of protein crystals using X-ray. All these unique properties of synchrotron light are key factors helping researchers to get to know and understand nature and matter behavior. They can also be applied to efficiently solve production problems and develop new products in industrial sector. The synchrotron light source generates synchrotron light from particles called electrons, which are released from current heated metal surface. Then, a large number of electrons are transferred into the particle accelerator, where their speed is accelerated until it is close to the speed of light, or 300,000 kilometers per second. After that, the electrons are sent into the electron storage ring, where synchrotron light is generated. Electrons in the vacuum tube are forced to abruptly change direction. They lose energy and finally emit energy in the form of synchrotron light. The generated synchrotron light needs beamlines in order to make use of the light in various purposes. Scientists, therefore, have designed beamlines to transfer the synchrotron light to the experimental end stations. The synchrotron light source at SLRI is one of around 50 synchrotron light sources located in 20 science and technology leading countries around the world. The SLRI synchrotron light source contains a capacity of 1.2 giga-electron volts with a storage ring with circumference of 81.3 meters. The 12 beamlines are currently available for researchers to be used for studies and cover almost every field, such as agriculture, environment, food, medicine, cosmetics, material sciences, and various industries such as rubber, polymer, metal, cement, construction materials, etc. Apart from the synchrotron light, SLRI is developing many different related synchrotron technologies. For example, vacuum technology, high accuracy control technology, radio frequency technology, and microstructure production technology. These technologies will be tremendously beneficial to the country's industries. Over the past 10 years of service, SLRI has moved forward alongside researchers with over 900 prominent research results. SLRI also supports Thai industries and has created several million baht of economic value over the past 7 years. With high expertise and experience of colleagues, SLRI is confident and proud to take part in supporting Thai industries and the country for continued and sustainable development in order to upgrade life quality and better living of people and to drive science, technology and innovation as a part of people's way of living in the 21st century.
In a world that never stops turning, science has always been an integral part of the progress and advancement of human society. More than 100 years ago, a new branch of advanced science called nuclear technology emerged. It was the discovery of the century that marked a quantum leap in our world's development, especially in medicine and public health, food and agricultural industries, and electricity generation. About 60 years ago, with support from the United States of America, Thailand successfully built the country's first research reactor. The year 1962 marked the beginning of Thailand's mission on the research and development of nuclear technology. Since then, the benefits of nuclear technology have been demonstrated through its various uses. In 2006, the government approved the establishment of the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, with missions of research and development, as well as promoting the benefits of nuclear technology. TIN's mission in research and development, spanning many aspects of the technology in response to user demand, include the following. Medicine and public health. Radioisotope research has led to the development of radiopharmaceuticals that are used in medical diagnosis and treatments for cancer and tumors. Materials, science, and industry. Radiation can be used to improve the properties of various materials, from making the materials more environmentally friendly to creating innovative products. Biotechnology and agriculture. Irradiation technology has been used in improving plant breathing, controlling fruit fly population through radiation sterilization, and developing plant hormones for disease resistance. Environmental technology. Isotopes have been used in water resource management and groundwater studies. Moreover, nuclear technology has also been applied in archaeological study and research, and in the restoration of national treasures. In addition to our mission of research and development, the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology also provides many technical services to the public through our facilities. The Thai Research Reactor, the Center of Research Reactor Operations and Management, is the largest neutron reactor in Thailand and the foundation of Thai nuclear technology. At present, the center serves as our key infrastructure for radiopharmaceutical production, gem irradiation, neutron photography, and elemental analysis. It also offers academic services and training in nuclear science and engineering. The Nuclear Technology Service Center also offers many services, including radiation measurement for export products, oil refinery distillation column inspection without stopping the operation by non-destructive radiographic testing, and radiation detection instrument calibration. The Radioisotope Center leads the production of primary isotopes, labeled compounds, and radiopharmaceutical kits to support the diagnosis and treatment of cancer and tumor patients while providing services to the nuclear medicine divisions in every hospital in the country. Thai Irradiation Center offers gamma ray, electron beam, and X-ray irradiation services for food, agricultural produce, herbs, and medical supplies. TIN's GEMS Irradiation Center is currently the largest in Southeast Asia, offering irradiation services to increase the market value of gemstones. Radioactive Waste Management Center is the only place in Thailand that offers radioactive waste management services for the whole country, including waste from hospitals, industries, research centers, and academic institutions. We follow international standards and procedures on the prevention of radioactive waste leakage and contamination, ensuring safety for everyone and the environment. The Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology plays a major role in enhancing public knowledge and understanding of nuclear technology and promoting its benefits through various channels. TIN's mission also includes training and capacity building for practitioners and operators, improving their knowledge and understanding of the technology while ensuring safety for everyone. With the advancement in nuclear technology, TINT is currently making progress with 2 new infrastructure projects. The Cyclotron Center will expand our capacity in radiopharmaceutical production to support the country's demand, and the tokamak device, which help us further our research in nuclear fusion technology to create power for the future. Under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, is regarded as one of the leading nuclear science agencies in Southeast Asia as a result of their performance and their excellence. The world never stops turning. Human activities will continue to move our world forward. Nuclear technology offers opportunities that will help to advance Thailand in our pursuit of a sustainable future. The Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, will continue to drive Thailand's economy and social development with nuclear technology, with stability at every step to enable Thailand to proudly become ASEAN's center of nuclear technology.
Moving forward to the 21st century, it is inevitable that science and technology and innovation become parts of human daily living. Nowadays, most of things around human being are developed from acquired knowledge being invented and evacuated as technology and further, as innovations responding to endless needs of human being. In Thailand, the organizations related to science and technology have played important roles in development of science, technology and innovation by encouraging applications of these developed STI to sustainably improve the country and people's quality of life. Synchrotron Light Research Institute, public organization, or SLRI, is established under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, formerly as the Ministry of Science and Technology, to serve as the country's central laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art scientific facilities. SLRI has also substantially promoted creation of scientific bodies of knowledge among researchers from both public and private sectors. The creation, later on, leads to new technologies that will eventually be developed into innovations to upgrade life quality of Thai people. The important research facility, which is as a heart of research, works as a product of full efforts and devotions of SLRI, is the light source with high intensity. The stated light source produces light with over 1 million times brighter than the sunlight. Researchers can fully utilize the light for study, research and development purposes. For example, application of the light to study structure in atomic scale of different materials to understand their physical properties, such as hardness, elasticity, and conductivity, and improvement of substance properties. This high-intensity light source is called a synchrotron light source. It is capable to produce light with properties superior to those generated from other sources, including tremendously high intensity and with wide wavelength covering infrared, ultraviolet and X-rays. This is a special property benefits the view of internal physical structure in every scale and can be of great use. For example, from studying biomolecular bonds in the cells of living organisms using infrared light, testing chemical state of elements contaminated on metal surface using ultraviolet light, to study the structure of protein crystals using X-ray. All these unique properties of synchrotron light are key factors helping researchers to get to know and understand nature and matter behavior. They can also be applied to efficiently solve production problems and develop new products in industrial sector. The synchrotron light source generates synchrotron light from particles called electrons, which are released from current heated metal surface. Then, a large number of electrons are transferred into the particle accelerator, where their speed is accelerated until it is close to the speed of light, or 300,000 kilometers per second. After that, the electrons are sent into the electron storage ring, where synchrotron light is generated. Electrons in the vacuum tube are forced to abruptly change direction. They lose energy and finally emit energy in the form of synchrotron light. The generated synchrotron light needs beamlines in order to make use of the light in various purposes. Scientists, therefore, have designed beamlines to transfer the synchrotron light to the experimental end stations. The synchrotron light source at SLRI is one of around 50 synchrotron light sources located in 20 science and technology leading countries around the world. The SLRI synchrotron light source contains a capacity of 1.2 giga-electron volts with a storage ring with circumference of 81.3 meters. The 12 beamlines are currently available for researchers to be used for studies and cover almost every field, such as agriculture, environment, food, medicine, cosmetics, material sciences, and various industries such as rubber, polymer, metal, cement, construction materials, etc. Apart from the synchrotron light, SLRI is developing many different related synchrotron technologies. For example, vacuum technology, high accuracy control technology, radio frequency technology, and microstructure production technology. These technologies will be tremendously beneficial to the country's industries. Over the past 10 years of service, SLRI has moved forward alongside researchers with over 900 prominent research results. SLRI also supports Thai industries and has created several million baht of economic value over the past 7 years. With high expertise and experience of colleagues, SLRI is confident and proud to take part in supporting Thai industries and the country for continued and sustainable development in order to upgrade life quality and better living of people, and to drive science, technology and innovation as a part of people's way of living in the 21st century.
It's hard to deny the fact that science and technology is the key to innovation that improve the quality of life and capacity to compete with international markets. Synchrotron as one of the advanced scientific technologies has been commenced at Nakhon Ratchasima for research and product innovation since 1996. This dynamic technology aims to improve public research as well as domestic industries. Siam Photon Laboratory, located at Synchrotron Light Research Institute or SLRI, is one of the 50 synchrotron facilities around the world. With the wide spectrum ranging from infrared, visible light, ultraviolet to X-ray, synchrotron is unique because of its small beam size and 1 million times brighter light than our broad daylight. Comparing to an intelligent telescope, synchrotron is a more powerful source to reveal the structures and behavior of matters at the molecular and atomic levels. With full service to provide analysis, research, and science experts, Synchrotron Institute strives to offer the solution in production process and product innovation for 7 main types of industry with the most impactful incomes to the nation: food, drug, and cosmetic industry. For example, research in meat quality, research and development in drug carrier, analysis of the absorption in skin treatment products, latex and polymer industry. For example, the analysis by synchrotron radiation in atomic structure of natural and synthetic latex to customize the quality of its toughness and durability, including the analysis of latex structure under high pressure and temperature. Metal industry. Synchrotron can be applied to investigate the defect or contamination during production process, such as the corrosion durabilities and coating of metal. Construction industry. The analysis of atomic structure in construction materials, such as cement, ceramic, brick, to improve its durability on force impact and to control the speed of dryness in cement. Electronic industry. For example, the study of semiconductor chemicals in thin films used during solar cell production and the analysis of contamination in electronic board. James industry. For example, the study of atomic substance in gemstone to change its color to the color that markets command. Micromachining industry. The production of micromagnets with micrometer size, electronic part for small machinery, or the prototype of microplastic injection. Besides product development, Synchrotron Institute also demonstrates engineering technology to public and private sectors. From the advanced vacuum technology, control system for large operation units, to the reverse engineering, this potential reflects our expedition to equally compete in the world arena and promote our nation to become the true leader of ASEAN in synchrotron science and technology.
So good afternoon, everyone. In the official schedule, we will start at 1 p.m. But I would like to informally greeting to everyone that is coming to the room right now. We have about 24 participants in the room right now, and I would have some information to show you first for today that we have the presentations of the application of using the nuclear techniques and synchrotron radiation applications to share with you before the official schedule starts for the second day of the symposium of the application of radiation techniques for cultural heritage. So you may enjoy the media that we're going to show you in about 10 minutes. We get back to officially start the program again. So see you in 10 minutes after the media. Thank you.
It's hard to deny the fact that science and technology is the key to innovation that improve the quality of life and capacity to compete with international markets. Synchrotron as one of the advanced scientific technologies has been commenced at Nakhon Ratchasima for research and product innovation since 1996. This dynamic technology aims to improve public research as well as domestic industries. Siam Photon Laboratory, located at Synchrotron Light Research Institute or SLRI, is one of the 50 synchrotron facilities around the world. With the wide spectrum ranging from infrared, visible light, ultraviolet to X-ray. Synchrotron is unique because of its small beam size and 1 million times brighter light than our broad daylight. Comparing to an intelligent telescope, synchrotron is a more powerful source to reveal the structures and behavior of matters at the molecular and atomic levels. With full service to provide analysis, research, and science experts, Synchrotron Institute strives to offer the solution in production process and product innovation for 7 main types of industry with the most impactful incomes to the nation: food, drug, and cosmetic industry. For example, research in meat quality, research and development in drug carrier, analysis of the absorption in skin treatment products, latex and polymer industry. For example, the analysis by synchrotron radiation in atomic structure of natural and synthetic latex to customize the quality of its toughness and durability, including the analysis of latex structure under high pressure and temperature. Metal industry. Synchrotron can be applied to investigate the defect or contamination during production process, such as the corrosion durabilities and coating of metal. Construction industry. The analysis of atomic structure in construction materials, such as cement, ceramic, brick, to improve its durability on force impact and to control the speed of dryness in cement. Electronic industry. For example, the study of semiconductor chemicals in thin films used during solar cell production and the analysis of contamination in electronic board. James industry. For example, the study of atomic substance in gemstone to change its color to the color that markets command. Micromachining industry. The production of micromagnets with micrometer size, electronic part for small machinery, or the prototype of microplastic injection. Besides product development, Synchrotron Institute also demonstrates engineering technology to public and private sectors. From the advanced vacuum technology, control system for large operation units, to the reverse engineering, this potential reflects our expedition to equally compete in the world arena and promote our nation to become the true leader of ASEAN in synchrotron science and technology.
Hi, good afternoon and good morning for participants in the European time zone. Welcome to the second day of the Symposium on Applications of Radiation Techniques for Cultural Heritage Research, organized by ASEAN Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facility Network, so-called RNSN. We hope that yesterday brought you the joyful and useful of the activity along this event. And today, we started now with the second day of the symposium. For the starting point of today, I would like to ask and invite all the participants to take a group photo for the second day check-in, in quote. So everyone, if you possible, please take off your mask and smile. And our staff will run through each page. Please turn on the camera as well. We're going to take the group photo at each page of the Zoom meetings page. Then we can count that we started the second day. So the page 1. Okay. And page 2, please. Okay, finished. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I would like to greet all of you and thank you very much to join us for the second day. Especially, I would like to say hello to Professor Yang Ping as well. สวัสดีครับ อาจารย์พิสุทธิ์ I've seen the very familiar faces on the meeting and great to have all of you here, included a person that I haven't mentioned yet as well. But we are joining in the very, I would say, very fantastic events counted from yesterday, as we run through some very interesting programs, talks, and discussions, and it turned out to be very one of the in memories of the meeting that I have been participated. So not go for so long, I would like to start the official step in the program. That's going to be the first talk. So for the first talk today, we have a great chance of from Mr. Thirasak Thanusin from the Office of Archaeology Fine Arts Department, Thailand, to share an experience in the topic of scientific archaeology method and perspective. So Mr. Thanusin, he is an archaeologist from the Office of Archaeology, the official face of the country's Archaeological Conservation Fine Arts Department, Thailand. The duties normally is to study, survey, and research past human life and culture based on material evidence left from the prehistoric to historic periods. So today, the speaker will join us to share experience and perspective in the work. So all of us, please give a big applause to welcome Mr. Thirasak Thanusin, please. Thank you.
Just a moment, please. Okay, do you hear me, everyone, clearly? Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to good morning for the persons who stand in the European time zone, and also I would like to say good afternoon for everyone in ASEAN zone. Let me take this off. First of all, I would like to say thank you on behalf of Fine Arts Department. I would like to say thank you to ASEAN Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facility Networks to invite me to present my experience and also to sharing the collaborations with professional like scientific artists and multidisciplines aspect. Okay, I think it's time to share my screen. Okay, all right. For today, I'm gonna talk to you about the scientific archaeologies in a view from methods and perspective. Emphasizing for my experience and collaboration with the scientists, for example, like the Synchrotron Light Research Institute and the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technologies public organizations. Oops. Okay, first of all, I would like to overview of my workplace as well. The Fine Arts Department is a government agency under the Ministry of Culture. Its duties and responsibility including preservation, limitations and promotions of toys, arts, and cultures, different views. Regarding as a intellectual heritage is great value. This work for art and treasures of heritage site in Thailand, and also combinations and link with the regional research as well. The cultural affair under the care of department have been developed continually for this year, like 111 years in this year. A number of works undertaken by departments have been recognized and made beneficial contributions in both national and international levels. That the compilations of department external affairs in collaboration in cooperations with the different countries is not only the several history evidence of the enhancement in international relations with the fine art departments was involved, but it also point to the ruins art and cultural in strengthening fairly tied with the country and different parts of the world. And this is my office pictures. For fine art department responsibility actually is like a multidisciplinary network and responsibility, such as surveying, excavations, and also when we got like evidence, we have to link with the museum to preserve and exhibit. And how to preserve the like a evidence, for example, like a bronze, wood, or etc., to be sustainable cultural heritage, and also link with the nature, with the regional research, not for only the evidence that we observe and research on. We try to contribute like a regional perspective about landscape and everything as well. And this one is the significance artifact. We can say like the significance archaeological site in Thailand nowadays. We call it Phnom Surin shipwreck, but it's set on the Samut Sakhon. For all of material is organic matter, and how to preserve that, how to research and make it like a sustainable archaeological site as a world heritage, as cultural heritage area. You can see on the picture, this is the evidence that we also found in the westland or shipwreck site in Phnom Surin. It indicated around 7th century. Let's move to the fine art department themes or research questions, which is for since fine art department established by King Rama VI around 111 years ago. Until now, this year, like a celebration for 111 years ago. We try to set up the big scale of regional research. It's not only Thailand. We try to link with Southeast Asia, for example, like early civilizations of Southeast Asia, and regional settlement in terms of demographics and archaeology, trade and exchange, emphasizing sea road or maritime or inland trade route, and also the originals of ancient technology and innovations, for example, like archaeometallurgy and irrigations. I think for all of you or for all participants familiar with this research questions, not only for the fine art department that can answer for all of these research questions, we have a partner, and nowadays we can say the best partner. For example, the collaborations with the Synchrotron-like research institutes, or setting on Suranari University in Nakhon Ratchasima province in northeast Thailand. For last 2 years on 7th of August in 2020, the Deputy of Fine Art Department and the Synchrotron Life Research Institute signed the MOU to research with the combinations with art and scientific to answer the questions that I told you already. This one, the courtesy by the Synchrotron Life Research. But yesterday, the professors and also the expert scientists already told about how to use the facilities in terms of synchrotron and also how to progress in synchrotron. For fine art department like archaeological research, we familiar with micro XRF and micro tomographies in light beams 6B and also 1 or 2W, for example. And I would like to give you for some example with this result from the Synchrotron Light Research Institute. They try to help to indicate and detect like the authentic one, like a pottery from Ban Chiang archaeological site, but it's already attributed to be the World Heritage Site. Some of artifact, I can say the most of artifact destroyed by the looters and also distributed all around the world. The Synchrotron research try to detect some like an element to set up the database and to compare and checking about what is the replica and what is the original one. This one is perfect to say thank you for Synchrotron to help us to identify and save the World Heritage Site like a Ban Chiang pottery. And not only for Ban Chiang World Heritage Site, the Synchrotron try to analyze and research about the glassed with lead to reconstruct and also to preserve the royal funeral equipment we call Racharot Noi, to help us to continue the traditions, belief, and traditions culture for the Royal Highness. And then next one, I move to the collaborations with Thai Institutes of Nuclear Technology on public organizations. For all of information, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Sasipan Kavirat to helping me about the information and best suggestions to these presentations. For the MOU, we already signed in the same day for the Synchrotron Research Institute on the 6th August in 2012 with the General Deputies and Petit Pentagon with the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technologies team. And this chart will show you about the ongoing works. We try to divide into two parts, like a research aspect and preservation aspect. For the researching aspect, we focus on the database. For example, the Buddhist sculptures for all of Thailand National Museum or the temple, they already collect like some evidence specific and emphasizing the Ayutthaya gold ornaments. But this one is like a classical and auspicious ornament of golden in Thailand in Ayutthaya period as well. And for the collecting for the new sites excavation, like analyzing and dating as well. And the next is ancient water management. Now the fire art department cooperation with Thailand Institute Nuclear Technology at Sadokoktum Stone Sanctuaries. It's influence from Khmer Empire and the boundaries and also the cultural relationship is quite interesting. But it's the best partner to research on these aspect. And the next one is that we try to research on the past sea level rise, but can be linked with the origins of every settlement in Thailand, also Southeast Asia as well, because the sea level is the increasingly of sea levels or the settlement is related to the settlement of early urbanizations in Southeast Asia as well. And the second one is preservations. We use it elucidations and consolidations to preserve about the nature archivists and carving route that I would like to show you some example. The next one. And this chart is showed you about the analysis of Ayutthaya gold ornament. For this one, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Sasipan Kavirat. But her team is trying to analyze by using XRF measurings and to analyze and catalyze and categorize not only the pattern, because the like Ayutthaya ornaments in the past we just only observe about the art history and only the appearance and try to groupings by eyes or observation observe it. But nowadays we have the best partner to try to analyze with scientific method, and then the result is quite interesting because some of ornament, the significant one about the lily of Buddha's ornament on the top one. In the past we understand at the red one we understand is it a ruby, but now it is quite clearly by this team. They define that it is a red spinel, is not a ruby, and red spinel is quite significant, like auspicious material. For the next one, we can link where is a red spinel in the future. And the next one is a Buddha sculptures analysis. The backgrounds of this like a side museum at Wat Benjama Bapit Vanaram in the reigns of King Rama the Fifth, that he collected also Buddha sculpture for all around Thailand or Siam in that at the time, and collecting and exhibit around the corridors surrounding the main buildings of Wat Benjama Bapit Vanaram. What we didn't know about it, like element or productions methodologies and etc. For this team research by Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technologies and Public Organization, they analyzed by XRF and defines the elements it's quite in detail of these sculptures, and the evidence, the result show that we can analyze and define like a two groups of the ancient one, like a Lana, Sukhothai, and Ayutthaya periods of Buddha sculpture analysis. And the late one is the reigns of King Rama the fifth. You can see in the pink one, the groupings of characteristics of the element can separate and show about the analysis. And for this scientific cooperation with fine art department team for all around Thailand and for the several regional of fine art department sections, cooperate with scientists, try to collect and analyze and set up the database for Thai sculptures since the past until nowadays. And the result is surprisingly for me as well, since Dr. Sasipan Kavirat showed me is about the like auspicious information for me. She tried to identify the identity of bronze artifact in each period. You can see the chart like a pie chart since the prehistoric site until nowadays, like Latana Gosin. The characteristics of the elements showed about the different human occupation, different culture, different way to produce like a bronze artifact. This one can be the one of the significant data that fine art department used for the further research to expand the big scale of research as well. And this chart will link from the scientist team from the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technologies and Public and organizations. We can observe about for the sample that we collected, can grouping from the element like a three group. The upper one in the square chart with some information is a prehistory archaeological site. On prehistoric site, we call Pong Manao in Lopburi province. Can be linked with the Lopburi period. That means 400 or 500 later on at the prehistoric site. But the ratios of pie charts of element is quite similar. This one can be developed for the research critical analysis, like is it related about the prehistoric site in Lopburi and Lopburi sculptures in like a 14 samples period as well. In the future, if we collected for like a bronze sculptures and bronze ornament by XRF or many facilities that we got nowadays, I think we can be set up the big database to check about the authentic one, like ancient sculptures, and also can separate and identify the replica ones. And the last one is a Parsi level lights. That for this chart, like the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, like a Professor Kanok Wan, she told us and showed us yesterday. Today I just follow up and show you again about the scientists and like a nuclear facility can help us to detect and set up like an ancient environment or paleo environment. It's useful, and I can say that it's more useful for fine art department and the research on like a human behavior explanations can be more detailed. And the last one that I show you is not only for the research setup or research analyzing. Thailand, like a Thailand under fine art department, and also preserve like a natural archive or ancient books or material ornaments. For this slide, this is an ancient book in the reigns of King Rama V that kept preserved by the monk in Wat Buparam in Thonburi, or a part of Bangkok province, Bangkok, Thailand. It's destroyed by the like insect and also moistures, but it's continuously that damage nowadays. And teams of Dr. Sasipan Kavirat try to help with the radiation to block and kill the insect and preserve this national archive. It's more powerful and potential for fine art department as well. And this is a new one for me, like an isotope analyzing, like water and not like isotope analyzing for water cycling. And this chart that I show you from Sadok Goktum Stone Sanctuary in Prajin province, influenced by Khmer Empire. You can observe this. The top one is like a satellite images with the stone sanctuary in the same axis. You can see like a barai or ancient Lucifer. For this method, they can help us to observe and analyze the ancient water springway and water supply by using the isotope of the water with scientific method. But I think Dr. Sasipan Kavirat can help me to explain about this method. It's quite new one and more powerful. If there is possible in the future, we can try to analyze the ancient floodway or fluvial or allegations in Southeast Asia is more and more detailed. And the last one that I show you is a new it's a one of facilities of the nuclear or irradiations to preserve like a wood or papers ornament to treat and preserve the like a cultural ornament. This is a summarizing of my presentations. For my presentations, I would like to say that in terms of fine art department, I would like to say thank you to Ancient Last Nuclear and Synchrotron Facility Network, Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology and Public, and also the Synchrotron Life Research Institute to help and to support us for long, like for I can say like for a long time ago, to crystallize and analyze and to fill the gap about the research of fine art department with a scientific method. But nowadays we get more and more data about the database. For example, like the elements of bronze sculptures, glass beads, or any stone, colored stone ornaments. And also, the ancient water management is quite important in Southeast Asia to try to adapt the settlement with the main river or the main natural stream. It's more powerful to use a scientific method to analyzing this one. And the last one for research, I think it is the main point. Is it the policy level rise for the research question? We already answered and set up the method for the futures and research successful. And I hope in the next next project, I would like to invite for all of you like a scientist to brainstorming about how to preserve like the significant shipwreck in Southeast Asia like Phnom Surin. For this photo, thank you for underwater archaeology department to give me an overview on top of this archaeological site. I think the nuclear facility can help us to preserve and research in deep detail. Okay, not only for fine art department, I have to say thank you for all my partners, and we can be the best partner in the future and forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thanusin. From the audience, participants, is a session for the questions and answers. Do we have questions from the audience? Or as yesterday, you can also leave the questions in the chat box, or from the channels in the YouTube channels, you also can leave the question in the comments under the YouTube channels, and then our staff will pick it up and get back to ask the speaker as well. So do you have questions? Okay, I have one question, Mr. Thanusin, please, about the Phnom Surin shipwreck. Is there the techniques to identify the wood? I mean, if normally when I read the article, it said that not mainly we decide where the ships come from the technologies that to build up the ships, or the method and the art that attach to the ship. But if can we directly analyze the wood that where it's come from? Your microphone is turned off.
Thank you for your questions. It's a interesting questions that we already asked for last 2 years ago. We can divide to two answer. The first one is for material. We collaborate with the Kasetsat University. They help us to analyze the wood. Is a local one. It's like a Trex wood. It made from like in Southeast Asia. They grow up in Southeast Asia nearby the shipwreck area, something like that. But for like a technique for making the trip, they try to link with like Arabian techniques, but I didn't sure about in the detail. Yes.
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions? Okay, if not, all participants, please give a big thanks to Mr. Tanusin, please. And we will move to the second sections of today. The second talk of today, we have Dr. Floriana Salvemini from the Australian Centre for the Neutron Scattering, or ACNS, and also the Australian Nuclear Science and Technologies Organization, or ANSTO, to give a talk on archaeological research at ANSTO, Australia. Dr. Salvemini is a scientist at the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organization. Dr. Salvemini is co-responsible for the operation and development of the neutron imaging instrument, so-called DINGO, and the coordinator of the strategic scientific research project on cultural heritage. Her scientific interests included investigation of the heritage materials through a non-invasive approach by means using neutron, synchrotron, and accelerator-based techniques. So all the participants, please welcome Dr. Salvemini, please.
Well, thank you for your kind introduction. We'll now try to share the presentation. And so you can see it. Well, before starting, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this symposium. As kindly introduced, today I will talk about research that is conducted at ANSTO in the field of cultural heritage and archaeology. ANSTO is the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organization, and it is home of most of Australia landmark infrastructure in the country. Since 2015, we have started a strategic research project on cultural heritage. What is the aim of this project? So this project aims to synergize all technical capability and expertise available at ANSTO in order to provide a platform for researchers working in cultural heritage in order to conduct mostly non-destructive analysis. We have a wide range of different research teams, ranging from Aboriginal art to ancient Egyptian funerary art. And today I will just give a very general overview of the main project. I will start with the application of neutron techniques. Neutrons are excellent probe when we want to investigate the cultural heritage material. And this is due to their fundamental properties. In fact, the neutrons mostly interact at the level of the nucleus, which give them sensitivity to light element, but also to isotope, and also the possibility to distinguish atoms with very close atomic number. Additionally, they have a tunable wavelength that is similar to the interatomic distance in condensed matter. This means that we can use a neutron as a probe to investigate the crystalline structure and atomic spacing of material like rocks or metal, for example. Finally, they have a very high penetration power, and this enables us to investigate a centimeter of steel, for example, without the need of taking any samples out from an object. There are different ways to produce a neutron. At ANSTO, we use the open multipurpose.
Excuse me, Dr. Floriana. Sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Are you sharing this screen right now? Because we don't see your slides.
Yeah, yes, I'm.
It hasn't come up yet.
Okay. Can you see it now? Can you see it? Okay.
But it's not the full screen, it's the presentation side, so that's not the other side of the full screen for the audience. Should be another window.
Okay, I will try to share again.
Just swap the screen.
Can you see it?
Yes, it's a full screen now.
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
you see? Yeah, the slide going.
Yeah, the slides is transitioning. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
it is.
Okay. So I apologize for this issue. Okay, so as I mentioned, at ANSTO we are using the Open Multipurpose Research Reactor in order to generate neutrons. And the neutrons which are generated here are utilized by a suite of different neutron beam instruments. Here I've listed the instruments which are mostly on demand for investigation in cultural heritage and archaeological research. So to oversimplify, we can say that all different techniques are basically looking at different way the neutron beam is interactive with the atomic nucleus. And by looking at different interaction, we can survey the bulk of many different materials from macroscopic to isotopic scale in a non-destructive way. And being non-destructive is a mandatory approach when we are dealing with very valuable items. For example, in neutron imaging, we are able to look at the structural composition inside the sample. So neutron imaging works similar to the equivalent X-ray. You're all familiar with the medical CT. While neutron imaging consists in illuminating a sample with a neutron beam, and the sample, depending on its thickness and composition, will be more or less transparent to the neutron light. The shadow that is cast by this object is recorded by a camera, and the resulting image gives us information about the interior of the sample. Neutrons are complementary to X-ray, and we often use them in tandem together, especially when we are dealing with very complex sample in order to align the different materials. The neutron imaging beamline tends to is Tingo, and now I'm taking you to a tour, a virtual tour inside the machine. So you open this animation works. Well, unfortunately, it's not working. So, and then I will probably skip. So, and the other technique that we are using at ANSTO, apart from neutron imaging, is neutron diffraction. In the case of neutron diffraction, we are looking at the those neutrons which are coherently and lastly scattered by the order and arrangement of atoms in a polycrystalline material. we record the angular dispersion energy of the scattering neutron, which give us in result a diffraction pattern that you can see here on the right side. By analyzing the diffraction pattern, we can obtain information about the phase composition of a sample non-invasively. Under the umbrella of non-diffraction techniques goes also residual stress measurement. How does it work? When a crystalline solid undergoes some thermomechanical treatment, this imprints some modification in the crystalline lattice of a material, and they are in the form of elongation or contraction of the crystalline lattice. And this tension or compressions, they remain into the bulk without the application of external force, and is known as residual stress. We can quantify this residual stress by looking at the shift in the peak of the position of our material compared to the non-stress material. And this can give us information about, for example, how a metal object was work. We can tell if a object was hot work or cold work, for example. Application in the field of cultural heritage and archaeology are very broad, but at times we are mostly using them in order to identify ancient manufacturing technology and for authentication studies. And we are applying these techniques to a wide range of different material. I will just bring one example. It's about the samurai sword. The making of samurai sword is a very ancient knowledge, and it consists in selecting piece of steel that were hammered in a block. This block was highly refined. Steel with different carbon content were assembled together in a complex structure, and after forming the blade, the item underwent some special thermomechanical treatment in order to create a very hard martensite structure at the cutting edge. This is the basic recipe. However, over time, different traditions in school developed their own variation on this basic recipe. And these variations were only orally transmitted by the master, from the master to his pupil. So we don't have any written documentation. At Townsville, we are collaborating with different museums in Australia in order to study the actual manufacturing process of ancient blade. And we are studying how the making changed during time. In the museum collection, in fact, they have blade with a very well-known provenance. Here I have just reported a very small group as an example, but we have investigated about 30 blades to date. So we have a group of blade which origin and provenance is known, but there is also a wide range of blade where the attribution, the author is not known. So what we are trying to do is to use and combine different technique, Newton technique, such as Newton tomography, Newton diffraction, and residual stress measurement in order to create a database of reference. So our database of reference consists on all analysis done on the blade of known provenance. Once we have built this database, we use the data within it in order to try to scientifically attribute those blades which provenance is not recorded, is not known. And so far, the method seems to be quite successful. So, for example, what kind of information we can get from neutron imaging? Well, neutron imaging can tell us, for example, about the porosity content. So here you can see a three-dimensional reconstruction based on neutron tomography, and we are sliding through the sample, and you can see in different color pores or different dimension. So we can look at the porosity, but also we can see inclusion present inside the sample. So we can match the neutron tomography data with diffraction pattern analysis and residual stress. And what emerged is that those blades that were made following traditional manufacture in ancient time show a higher amount of porosity and inclusion, but also variation in composition from the cutting edge to the back of the blade. And also the diffraction pattern that here you can see in green and in blue is quite different from blade that were made more recently. In fact, modern manufacturers appear quite homogeneous. Only one piece of steel was used, and some sort of industrial machinery were also adopted. And this collaboration on Japanese sword ended up in a museum exhibition that is currently on at the museum in Sydney. In this museum exhibition that is called The Invisible Reveal, the museum item is being displayed alongside the neutron data in order to inform also the general public about this project. Neutron can be also utilized for neutron activation analysis, which is a very powerful technique for elemental quantitative study for a wide range of different elements. And the techniques basically consist in bombarding the material in order to create radioactive isotope. And since we know the radioactive emission, radioactive decay path for different elements and atom, we can record in the spectral emission of the gamma ray in order to define the concentration of different isotopes in material. And also we use the instrumental neutron activation analysis, basically plunging a very small fragment of material into the reactor, and after irradiation we record the gamma spectra for analysis. We had different applications to date of different material. The most relevant one has been for the study of Australian Aboriginal ochre. We have used neutron activation analysis together with other technique in order to define, identify the source, the major source of ochre that were utilized by Aboriginal Australian across the country. At ANSTO, we have also the Center for Accelerator Science, which manages the operation of 4 different tandem particle accelerators that are used for ion-beam analysis and accelerator mass spectroscopy. In particular, radiocarbon dating is one of the major techniques that is utilized at our facility. And the method basically is well known, and it's employed for to determine the age of material to 50,000 years. And basically consists in measuring the ratio of different isotopes over carbon in order to determine the age of organic artifact. At Townstar in particular, we have a unique capability that consists in the ability to date a very small quantity of sample. We are speaking about the range of microgram with very high resolution. And we have a very interesting case study, for example, dating of Charlemagne crown, but also dating done on Angkor Wat in Cambodia, for example. But more recently, one of the major projects has been focused on dating rock art of Australia. Australia is considered the rock art capital of the world because of the diversity of style and longevity of stylistic tradition. In particular, in the region of the Kimberley, that is located in south west of Australia, there is a wide range of different rock art, in their style is quite diverse and evolved during that time. Now, the challenge about dating these objects is that they don't contain organic material. So the way to, in order to date them, scientists have to develop a new approach. And this approach consists in dating the nest of mud wasps that are actually beneath or above a painting. In fact, if we date the wasp nest that are beneath the painting, this gives us a older date. Say that the painting cannot be older than that nest. At the same time, the nest above the painting, on top of the painting, give us that the painting cannot be younger than that nest. So we can define a bracket of time when the painting was made. And the method proved to be very robust, and scientists and researchers were able to date different style in this region. And interesting, they were able to associate different style to change in environment. Finally, I want just to give some demonstration about the work that is conducted at the Australian synchrotron. Is 3 gigaelectron volt synchrotron, and we have 10 different beamline. The imaging arithmetical beamline is one of the instruments that is utilized for cultural heritage archaeological research. This is an example of application on the investigation of ancient animal mummy from a museum collection in Sydney. As you probably know, ancient Egyptians were mummifying not only humans but also animals for votive purpose. And by 300 BC, the production of this item was on the industrial scale for that time. Due to the economical value of this object, already at that time, fakes were in circulation. And these fakes are now part of a museum collection. So the curators wanted to know the actual content of this item without invasive procedures. So we combine synchrotron X-ray together with the neutron in order to investigate the interior. And we use these two probes because these items are very complex, and we can exploit the complementarity of these two probes in order to get the to improve the contrast for different materials. We just show the most one of the representative items where we were able to match and combine the neutron and the synchrotron X-ray measurement in order to extract the different component of this wrapping. We can identify the embalming materials, the bone remains. Interesting, we were able to identify two different ibises into this bundle. Stomach content, and finally neutron were exceptionally good in identify the presence of feathers still attached to the animal body. Another techniques that we are using for cultural heritage analysis is the X-ray fluorescence microscopy. Thanks to we have the unique capability, which is the Maya detector, which enable to instantly get the X-ray fluorescence spectra with a very high resolution in microsecond. And this technique is mostly applied in order to investigate paintings. As you know, painting construction consists in the presence of a canvas, a ground layer that often is opaque to laboratory X-ray because it contains lead. Then there is the drawing, painting layer, and varnish. Thanks to we have investigated, for example, a portrait of a woman by Edgar Degas. This portrait is part of the collection of the National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne, Australia. And for time has been known that there was a painting underneath this figure. Previous X-ray radiograph in fact have shown some detail of the hidden portrait as well as the infrared image, but they were not giving very good details. Thanks to the X-ray fluorescence microscopy at Amsterdam, we were able to obtain these elemental maps with a resolution of 60 micron, and the zinc map that refer to the use of zinc oxide, a white pigment, to paint the face was very good in showing up the hidden portrait of a woman. So by combining different elemental maps and using phase color technique, scientists and curators were able to recreate and reconstruct the hidden portrait. So I just wanted to conclude with some consideration about research in cultural heritage that that will promote later on discussion. And they are mostly based on my experience of doing cultural heritage research at a large scale facility. So using a neutron, synchrotron, and accelerator techniques. First of all, we are dealing with samples which are very valuable, and often there is a need for a special packaging, transportation, handling, and storage, and there are also sometimes additional costs related to this, but also additional risk. And in order to mitigate this risk, it's very important to have the involvement of the conservator, museum conservator. And if items are coming from overseas, from a different country, we should also consider some additional challenges and also international and national regulation. But there are also, so for example, we also have developed some internal guidelines that include policy, ethics, and the procedure for handling cultural heritage items. Then there is also the material complexity of the object, of the sample that we are investigating. And often we have to use a multi-technique analytical approach. So one technique often is not enough to give us all information. And sometimes we have also to consider if applying one method can affect another. Like for example, applying X-ray will not be possible if we want to conduct thermoluminescence dating on the same items. We have to consider if the method can be non-destructive or should be non-invasive at all. So if some sampling of some order is allowed. And another consideration is also radiation damage or activation of the sample. And in some cases, testing of some representative material may be required before going ahead with the measurement. Additionally, often we need to consider that these items are part of the museum collection. Sometimes museums have different kind of perspective to the cultural heritage object, but also different kind of background. This means that they are often unfamiliar with the scientific technique, and this means that additional support and commitment is required from the scientists in order to provide the final outcome. And this leads often to build a relationship with the different collaborators that is very important in order to broaden the project, in order to bring also knowledge enrichment. And it's also important to organize an event like this one today because it gives the opportunity for discussion, for training, and also a way to exchange knowledge, which is essential, I would say. And finally, we have to consider that sometimes scientific peer review publications are not the only outcome. For example, we have also experience about museum exhibition as a possible result of a collaboration. So this is the end of my presentation. Just to highlight that the work I've shown is the result of collaboration and work of many people involved that I would like to thank. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salvemini. We have a couple of questions. I will start with a question from Dr. Sasipan first. Would you like to ask a question, please, Dr. Sasipan?
I can probably read the question to the chat. Yeah, ANSTO recently has become a collaborating center of the International Atomic Agency in cultural heritage. So in this collaboration center will last for 4 years. So the first year was 2021, and we are planning mostly to organize some training workshop and training activity. So during the first year, we were able to offer a online virtual workshop. So because of the pandemic, but since now the situation is easing, especially in terms of international travel, we would like to plan activity that will support especially developing country and other country in the region in order to come to our facility and do some analysis and also some training related to cultural heritage. So there is nothing defined at the moment. So because our hands were tied by the pandemic, so but we will probably announce our program quite soon.
Thank you. And there is another question that from the audience about the ANSTO that successfully detect the baby dinosaur inside the giant crocodile that led by the work led by Dr. Joseph Bevy. So the ANSTO do something about the techniques to analyze it. Can you talk about it or implementation of the tomography techniques in this kind of samples?
Yeah, yes, we at ANSTO we have a lot of users from the paleontology community. And Joseph Bavetti is the one mostly leading this kind of investigation. So this is also sort of promoting and pushing development of our facility, of our instrument, because we have receiving a lot of requests. So there is and also there is the need to reduce the risk related to activation due to irradiation in sample, and this brought to development of a very fast neutron tomography scanning that Joseph is using. And at the same time, we are also combining neutron tomography with synchrotron X-ray tomography, because sometimes when these two techniques, these two probes can be exploited in order to better highlight the content of this kind of material which are embedded in rocks. These rocks have sometimes very different composition. So sometimes one probe is better than the other, but often the integration of the two is the best approach.
Thank you very much. We have another raising hand. Audience, please. Mr. Uli, Ms. Mayer, please.
Thanks very much. Good morning from Germany. You mentioned these strain scanning techniques on the sword, on the Japanese sword. Can you say something about the spatial resolution? Or what is the beam size, the step
so
size?
The gauge volume was 0.5 millimeters.
Okay.
So it was very small for this technique, and the reason was related to the fact that we thought we were able to identify the layer structure inside the blade, because in literature it's reported that these blades were made by sandwiching steel of different composition. So by using a very small gauge volume, we were trying to see if we were able to identify this variation. And we basically conducted this residual stress measurement by defining a mesh across a cross section of the blade in order to have a very high resolution spatial map of the residual stress in 3 different directions. So
Thanks
we
a
have
lot.
applied, yeah. Welcome. Thank you for this question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have the last question of this section from Dr. Somchai Tantrakorn, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I have one question about the imaging that you do with X-ray imaging that you use for the painting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any concern about damaging the painting when you use the high energy and high intensity of X-ray?
Yeah, yes, it's something that should be always considered when irradiating this kind of items. There may be some damaging used, but in the case of this painting, some analyses were done before and after irradiation. And it was found that the binder that was used for the painting didn't have any modification in terms of composition or color. So, and also the time that each small portion of the painting is irradiated is in terms of millisecond, so it's very small exposure to X-ray. So yes, damage can be reduced. The risk was considered, but there was found that there was no. It was safe to go ahead. There was no damage, and the measurement was done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
I have
very
another
much.
one question.
Please.
I have one more question. It's not about the techniques, the technical. Do you have any regulation when you transfer the sample, for example, the sort from Japan to Australia? Do you have any regulation, or is it difficult to to move very valuable object from one country to another?
Yeah, yes, it's difficult to move sample from one country to another. There is a registration to be considered and a lot of paperwork to do. It's not impossible, can be done. But I think we also received some item from Europe to be analyzed to our facility. In the case of the blade, there was no need to move the object because these objects were found in Australian Museum. So they're actually part of Australian Museum collection. So I think it will be quite difficult to have permission to get a blade from Japan due to legislation, but also museum policy. So the best way to, let's say, implement this project will be actually to collaborate with our Japanese colleague because they have excellent facility over there, and the best way will be actually to create a network link between the museum in Japan and the facility, nuclear facility in Japan, which is already happening. So I think this is the best way to go, and also a way to retain knowledge and the culture within that country.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Salveminis. I think that's enough. And then we're going to move to the next section. Very interesting talk. We're going to the third talk of today. And the third talk, we have a great honor from Dr. Barroto from the Nuclear Energy Research Organization, BATAN. National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, to give a talk in the topic of archaeological research using nuclear research reactor in Indonesia. Mr. Barroto has developed a software for tomographic reconstruction for Bataan neutron radiography facilities, and as well as the data acquisition and control software for the most of neutron scattering facilities at neutron scattering laboratories in Sepang, Indonesia. So please welcome Mr. Barroto, please.
Thank you for your kind introduction. And let me share my presentation.
Please.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I would like to thank for organizing committee for inviting me, and I am very pleased to be here to share information about research activities related to utilization research reactors for non-destructive testing, especially archaeological research in Indonesia. My name is Barroto. I am a researcher and in charge of a neutron radiography facility at Neutron Scattering Laboratory. In my talk, I will share information about my new research institute after reorganization, which is currently changed to Nuclear Energy Research Organization. And then I will show you our neutron scattering laboratory, continued with neutron radiography facility, and as well as its application on archaeological research and on industrial materials research. This is the new organization structure of our institution, started from October last year. Before the reorganization, in Indonesia, we have 4 major research institutions, namely National Nuclear Energy Agency, National Institute of Aeronautics and Space, Indonesian Institute of Science, and Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology. These 4 research institutes and other research and development centers in other ministries were merged, and the names become National Research and Innovation Agency, or we call in abbreviation in Indonesian language, BRIN or BRIN. Under the head of BRIN, there are deputies and research organization. The management of nuclear energy facilities is under Directorate of Nuclear Facility Management, and nuclear energy related research is conducted by Nuclear Energy Research Organization, that is abbreviation in Indonesian language, ORTN, but we still call it BATAN. Under this research organization, there are new research groups. I mean research center, and I am belong to the Research Center for Radiation Detection Nuclear Analysis Technology. This is my new research center name. And in the research center, there are research groups that are currently being discussed at each research center. And neutron imaging research will be at the Research Center for Radiation Detection and Nuclear Analysis Technology. As you know, Indonesia has dozens of islands. And we have 3 reactors in Indonesia. All reactors located in Java Island. The first is reactor 3 Gamma 2, located at Bandung. The second one is reactor Kartini, located at Yogyakarta. And the latest one is reactor Serbaguna Sulawesi. It means multi-purpose reactor Sulawesi. And the power of the reactor is 30 megawatt, but now is operated at 15 megawatt. This reactor is located at Serpong, 1 hour from the capital of Indonesia, Jakarta, or about 30 minutes from Jakarta International Airport, Soekarno-Hatta. The research reactor is used for various studies, where some instruments are under the neutron scattering laboratory. This is the neutron scattering laboratory. We have 7 neutron beam instruments, and 1 is a gamma spectrometer for neutron activation analysis. I will show you one by one. This is the gamma spectrometer for neutron activation analysis, mainly for determination of essential and toxic elements in fish and food, and also identification of air pollution. Next is a small angle neutron scattering spectrometer, SANS, is being used for exploring molecular morphology and dynamics of wide range substances like alloys, ceramics, polymer, liquid crystal, and also biological materials, for example, proteins, DNA, and virus, etc. The third, the second beam instruments in the neutron guide hall, we have high resolution powder diffractometer. This instrument is dedicated to study the crystallographic and magnetic structure based on powder samples. And the third beam instrument in neutron guide hall, we have high resolution small angle neutron scattering. It's our SANS, used for investigating the structure in the range of nano to micrometers. In the reactor building, there is an experiment hall of the reactor. 4 instruments are installed in this hall, such as diffractometer neutron diffractometer for residual stress measurement, dedicated for residual stress measurement of composite materials and alloys. The next is for circular diffractometer, used to crystal structure studies and texture measurements. And the third, the beam instruments in the experimental hall reactor. There is a triple axis neutron spectrometer dedicated to study inelastic scattering from condensed matters and investigate collective excitations either from phonons and magnons. And the last instrument in the experiment hall of the reactor, we have neutron radiography facility that mainly used for non-destructive examination for industrial materials, for medical implants, and for agriculture and archaeology research. This is our neutron radiography facility characteristics. We are using a neutron source from multipurpose reactor GA-Silabesi from the reactor import S2. This port is tangential port from the reactor. The size of the sample. The size of the sample a little bit enough because we have a beam size of the sample and the position sample is 30 centimeter in diameter. Our natural radiography has an L/D ratio of 87. This L/D ratio is closely related to the resolution of our radiographic image. And by maximizing our data acquisition system, we get a neutron radiographic resolution of 20 micrometer for the film method, and between 100 to 100 micrometer for the digital method. We use gadolinium converter and it's a film for the film method, and we are using lithium zinc and gadolinium oxide scintillator screen, as well as CMOS electronic image system for digital method or tomography. Here is a schematic drawing of our neutron radiography facility. Neutron comes from the reactor over here, then collimated this by this collimator into parallel beam, then hit the sample here. Unlike other tomographic methods such as magnetic resonance imaging or ultrasonic ultrasound tomography, where the source can be rotated, but our neutron source is used as fixed. Then for neutron tomographic data collection, we must rotate the sample up to 30, 60 degrees. And in the rotating table we have the smallest step of the rotation is 0.1 degree. And usually we take at least 360 frames on data in order to reconstruct the 3D tomography. And one frame, it takes 30 to 40 seconds. So the one sample data retrieval for tomographic reconstruction takes at least 1 hour. This is our neutron facility experiment result. Mainly, our neutron radiography facility used for non-destructive testing in cell, industrial materials, but is also used for non-destructive testing of cultural heritage objects. This is one example. We observed these objects for a preliminary study of utilization of research reactor for cultural heritage objects. There are ancient ewer and small bell. Both are made of bronze. And we get the sample from the archaeological center. And a traditional sword from Kalimantan, we call it mandau. And since it's difficult to get cultural heritage objects, as you know, the cultural heritage object is a valuable object, so it is difficult to get it. And then we simulate the cultural heritage object with ewer filled with sand and fossilized bone musbird. The aim is to make the archaeology in Indonesia interest in the use of neutron radiography. And from the radiographic research of the film method, this is the result of film method of these cultural heritage objects. First, it can be seen. We can see the internal structure of these objects. In traditional mandau, we confirm that there is a cavity. There are cavity inside the traditional sword mandau. and we see that we can see that the small ball is inside the ear, ancient ear, and the internal structure inside the bear. And this is the result of tomographic reconstruction of ancient ear. We can clearly observe the cavity inside the traditional sword of Mandal, and also bone inside this, buried in the sand inside the simulated ear. And this is the tomographic reconstruction of ancient ear. We can clearly observe the position and the shape of the ball inside the ear. And also we can spirit top of ear virtually by software like this, which is actually we cannot open the ear. And we can see what is called handle of the top of ear that is cracked. That means we have to careful to treat the ear. And this is the 3D tomographic reconstruction. This is the just want to show you video of the reconstruction. Maybe it can be you can make museum visitors more interested if there's a video like this located the next to the original objects. So we can see the sorry. Yes, we can see the inside of the ear, and also there are porosity and maybe other materials of ear. And this is the last. This is our last tomographic data collection regarding archaeology. The sample is ancient teeth, the age of 5,000 years. We get this sample from our college in archaeological center at the workshop. During the workshop at 2019, we can see, sorry, we can see in other color is another material that stick in look at the fossil. And here we can see There are other materials that still being investigated by archaeologists. What kind of material, and actually neutron radiography cannot identify this material, so we use other instruments that to detect the material. This is our other application of neutron radiography. This is not related directly with archaeology, but we wanted to highlight it because it can be applied to ancient statues that made from stone. In this experiment, we observing porosity in sandstone and limestone. On this research, this is the research on oil and gas reservoir. For this result, we can measure the porosity both quantitatively and qualitatively. And we can see the difference between the neutron and X-ray result, the tomographic results. There are materials that cannot be seen by the X-ray, but it's clearly visible by neutrons. Therefore, neutron tomography is a complement to other non-destructive testing techniques. When we were doing experiments on sandstone and this limestone, we thought maybe the neutron radiography technique could be applied to cultural heritage that made from rock or stone. Then in the next activity, we would like to continue the experiment. For example, this is the biggest Buddhist temple in Indonesia. We call it Borobudur Temple. And there are 504 Buddha statues in the temple, but 247 of them are without head. And Borobudur Conservation Center only has 57 heads of Buddha statues that is separated from their bodies. So the question is, can neutron radiography identify the correct body and on head of the statue? I mean, can neutron radiography match the body to the real head of the statue? Yes, there are many methods to matching the head and body of Buddha statues, but only a few success story of matching the head and body of the statues. So according with our experiment in porosity measurement of sandstone, we are thinking about possibility of neutron radiography for matching the head and the body of the statues. We are thinking if the statue is made from a single rock or maybe a continuous structure inside the rock, and from head to the body of the statue. And we hope the archaeologists who are interested in can observe by neutron radiography. The next step, we would like to utilize a neutron diffraction or scattering method for archaeological research. I show you again the neutron scattering and diffraction instruments that we have, and also the contact version of the instruments. Besides of the neutron diffraction scattering, we have also a gamma and X-ray computed tomography system, and also nuclear analytic techniques. These instruments could be used for archaeological research. So if you're interested in using our facility, you can contact directly the person in charge of the facilities in order to get detailed information about the research and our facilities. And there are many archaeological studies using neutron diffraction spectrum method. You can find in these papers. I get these papers. The neutron for characterization from techniques, sensors, and detection. There's some case studies using this neutron diffraction spectrum method. Finally, we are thinking about a collaboration between researchers from multidisciplines is needed to carry out such research. And for this reason, we are also thinking about possibility to invite researchers from multidisciplines to join our research group under our postdoctoral program or professor or researcher visiting programs. This is all I can share in my talk. And again, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barroto. Tarimakase, very nice talk. So do you have a question from the audience, please, for the talks of Mr. Barroto, please? There's a question from the audience like that, from the nearly last research work about how to match up the Buddha statues. Is it possible to match up when we just only know the structures of the rock, right? And there is a other possibility that maybe it's the same of the resource of the rock that for about 10s or 20s or more than that of the statue at the same similar rock?
Yes, we are. This is only my opinion that the statue is made from a single stone or rock, so that the texture from the single rock it may be have a continuous texture inside them. So if we can see the texture inside them by maybe some treatment, because we also doing the same treatment with the sandstone. that if we take data, the raw data is not clearly, but we have a treatment to see the inside of the rock clearly, more clearly, by inject some surfactant or like something like that. So there is some what it means, the flow that continues. And then I was thinking if the statue is made from one single tone, we can see the flow in the the texture of the stone inside the stone.
Terima kasih. Any other questions, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Rawi. Can I ask a question to Mr. Baroto?
Please,
my good
please.
friend. Mr. Baroto, thank you for your interesting with a very nice tomographic data. My question is how many angles that you acquire in your data acquisition for tomography, and how many degrees for each step angle? Thank you.
Okay, it depends on objects, but usually we do experiment with 360 degrees and 0.5 step degrees. The step is 0.5. But because of our flux is not so high, then one frame it takes 30 to 40 seconds. It means if we collected the whole frame, all 720 frames, we need at least 8 hours. So if we collect the data, we have the sample. If we have many samples to be taken, so we reduce the numbers of steps. Usually we use 360 frames.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi. So I would say that is the end of the talk. So thank you again, Mr. Baroto.
Yeah.
So today we move to the last talk before the very important section. There's going to be breakout room for the discussion. So the last talk of the symposium, we have the opportunities. Dr. Ravi, your microphone is still on. Okay, so we have the opportunity from Dr. Bùi Thị Hồng from the University of Science, Vietnam National University, Hanoi, Vietnam. And today, Dr. Hong will give a presentation in the topic of preliminary results of analysis and characteristics, the elements and tracings, the original of ancient ceramic using the handheld XRF. So please welcome Dr. Bùi Thị Hồng, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the symposium organizer, and I hope that this symposium will be a great success. I would like to present the sorry. I would like to present on the topic the results of analysis of characteristic element and tracing the original of ancient ceramic using handheld X-ray fluorescence spatial method. The report will be presented in 5 parts, including introduction, material and method, result and discussion, conclusion, and the final is reference. In the first part, I want to introduce the cultural heritage of Oc-El. Oc-El is an archaeological site in modern day. Oc-El Camille of Thoại Sơn district in An Giang province of southern Vietnam. Located in the Mekong River Delta, Oc-El was a busy port of the kingdom of Funan when between the 1st century BC and 7th century AD, and it may have been the port now to the Roman as Catigara. Scholar use the term Oc-El culture to refer to the archaeological culture of the Mekong Delta region that is typified by the artifact discovered at Oc-El through archaeological investigation. Up to now, archaeologists have discovered more than 600 relics belong to this culture, which are concentrated in the province of An Giang, Kiên Giang, and Đồng Tháp. However, today, traces of this culture exist only in abandoned building and fragments of worshipping object or object of the ancient inhabitants, of which the most common are fragments of ancient ceramics. The figure 2 shows picture of architecture vested of Oc-El culture and typical type of property. The purpose of experiment is to determine the element present and the content of the element in the ancient ceramic sample of Oc-El culture by X-ray fluorescence analysis equipment, providing more scientific data to contribute to the explanation for material property, origin of material, as well as protection technique. In the second part, we would like to present about ancient ceramic sample collected in pits of relic style, including 15 samples were taken at Lung Lớn, site located on the northeast edge of Oc-El Mount, and 10 samples were taken at Nền Chùa. 10 samples were taken at Gò Cây Cầy, and 10 samples were taken at Gò Tháp. And the sample started are fragments of corals and 5 ceramic of medium size. Both inside and outside of fragment are covered by a layer of dark yellow made of clay and stone. The sample image and cross section of the body of the ceramic fragment are shown in figure 4. The main method used in this report is X-ray fluorescence. XRF is a non-destructive analytical technique used to determine the element composition of material. XRF analyzer determines the chemistry of a sample by measuring the fluorescent or secondary X-ray emitted from a sample when it is excited by a primary X-ray source. The figure 5 shows atomic model for the X-ray fluorescent analysis method. In this process, the atoms within the specimen are excited with a short wavelength X-rays or gamma rays with a photon energy high enough to induce the ejection of tiny bound core electron. As illustrated in the figure, the generated inner vacancy is thinner with an external bound electron, and the excess of energy is really or emission or photon emission. The energy of generated X-ray photon or fluorescent is determined by the energy of the involved electronic level. You can see K alpha and K beta lies in the figure, which interval dependent on the nuclear characteristic. The instrument used in the analysis of ancient ceramic sample in this experiment is S1 Titan H100. It produced by a broker. The source of this device is an X-ray tube on the principle of abrupt stopping the high-speed flow of electron with rhodium or silver metal target with voltage varying from 8 to 50 kilovoltage and current from 5 to 100 microampere. As a result, at the output of the X-ray tube, the ionizing radiation dose rate can reach 4,610 drops per hour, allowing the instrument to analyze about 40 elements. This also means that it is possible to endanger the user when not following safety regulations. The S1 Titan H100 is the premium model with the best performance, the wide application range, and the baseline 11 performance for magnesium, aluminum, and silicon. Fast analysis speed and exceptional accuracy are two keys attributes that have defined the S1 Titan. In particular, the device is also designed with two measurement phases corresponding to two separate high and low energy range, allowing the identification of characteristic X-ray peak in a wide energy range correspond to elements from magnesium to uranium. Figure 8 and figure 9 show the spectrum of the measure sample in the low and high energy range. Here, I would like to present the most important part of the report, which is the result and discussion. The figure 10 shows the concentration distribution of 21 elements identified from the analysis of 45 ancient ceramic samples with a very wide range concentration distribution. The analysis of 45 samples detected 21 isotopes with content greater than the detection threshold. The contents of aluminum, silicon, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and iron are high and vary from about 0.55% to about 32%. The content of titanium, magnesium, zirconium, barium are also high and vary from about 55 ppm to 1000 ppm. In all, ceramic sample content of sulfur and phosphorus vary from 0.5% to 3.12%, which proves that the ceramic sample are immersed in a sedimentary environment for a long time. After identifying the isotope present in the ancient ceramic samples, we continue to evaluate the correlation in terms of the average content of the six element with the highest content in the coal and 5 ceramic sample. Figure 11a shows the average content correlation between coal and 5 ceramic sample concentration at 2 sampling location is Lung Lớn and Cây Cày. It also shows that there is no strong correlation between coal and 5 ceramic sample at the 2 sites. And in figure 11b shows it correlation at 2 sampling location Nền Chùa and Gò Tháp. The average content of aluminium, silicon, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and iron in the coal and 5 ceramic sample up to side have a close relationship with the correlation coefficient of approximate 1. This proves that there is a close relationship between raw material for processing coals and 5 ceramic sample at the site of Nền Chùa and Gò Tháp. The final result that our team want to present is about evaluate the correlation in the concentration of trace element rubidium and zirconium in coal and 5 ceramic sample at sampling site in the figure 12 shows that correlation. From the graph, so ceramics material can be divided into 3 main groups with different characteristics of clay material. You can see a blue group ceramic sample with zirconium content from 1 to 100 ppm and rubidium content from 40 to 150 ppm. Red group ceramic sample with zirconium content from 350 to 430 ppm and rubidium content from 120 to 170 ppm. And the last group is a green group ceramic sample with zirconium content from 300 to 350 ppm and rubidium content from 250 to 300 ppm. And finally, I would like to conclude the task that our group has done. The major and trace element of Asian ceramics have been identified using handheld X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, and the content of 21 elements in 45 Asian ceramic sample taken at 4 locations in the up area have been determined through the correlation of the content of element in coal and 5 property It is so that they are different in the choice of raw materials for coats and fiber pottery in each archaeological style, or they from different manufacturing locations. Through analyzing the correlation between the average content of two trace element ruby and zirconium in ceramic material, and ceramic sample can be divided into three groups corresponding to different sorts of ceramic clay raw material. I also prepare a short documentary about the cultural heritage of Oakell, since it was produced in 2014. So it is not very clear, but I still hope you like it. This is a reference this is the reference, and thank you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cảm ơn Dr. Hao. Do we have any questions from the audience for this last talk, please?
Yeah.
Okay. May I have one question?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you considered to use other techniques together with the SIF? We have several techniques available at SRI. Perhaps we can collaborate. So we can try to use X-ray to study the ceramic or other samples in Oakell. I cannot pronounce.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. Yeah. So I want to ask my member group. With me.
Okay, that's good. Actually, I did I have some study about the ancient bead, ancient glass bead. I read that there was a link between the archaeology site in the South Thailand and Oakell. something like that. There was a transportation between the south of Thailand and also in the south of Vietnam. There might be some similarity of the materials between samples from two sides. Yeah, it would be nice if we can, you know, collaborate and exchange the samples and use the singleton to study the samples. Just an idea.
Yeah. Thank you. In the future, we may use Big C method. Do you know Big C method?
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe. Thank you for the
But just keep in mind that the singleton is available. If your group are interested in using singleton radiation or nuclear techniques, you can contact us.
Yeah. Yes, we welcome to the chain to collaborate. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think that's one of the visible benefit from the network that we can see now, that for Dr. Howe, if you just bring your samples to Thailand, you go around, use TIXI techniques from TINT, you go around to use synchrotron techniques in SRI, and then you come up with a lot of information and maybe very interesting works is going further. So if there's no further questions, I would say that's the end of the last talk, and please everyone give a big applause to thanks Dr. House again, please.
Thank you.
Then we will move to the very important, I think it's the most important things of the symposium, that we will do like the brainstorm. So this section has been designed that we can, all of us can give the feedback and the opinion, the suggestion, and this is going to be the shortest way to strengthen the network or making the new networkings. So in the next section, all of us now is going to be about 60 participants. We will be separated into 5 rooms of the breakout rooms. In the breakout rooms, there are at least 2 of the staff of the RNSN to accommodate you, and let's make the small group discussion. The topic in the breakout room is covering with any potential research titles or the objective with using the large facility network. And also you can mention that maybe the other necessary facilities that's needed for the title in your mind or for the research topic that you are interested in. Or also what's the challenge, or I would add it, or maybe there is an obstacle that in the research about the cultural heritage or related topic, or maybe the way to use the large facility in the area. Also that you can see that we have participants from the European zone or anywhere else. Maybe we will get the opinion as well that for the further using of the facility, not only in the ASEAN, is it possible and how we made it up to be possible, it happens. And also the expectation from joining this network. So this network not specified only on the ASEAN. You can see all the participants now. It's nearly all around the world. So I think this network that's getting widened and getting stronger as well. So I hope that after the breakout room for the 30 minutes, we will get back together again and we will make the conclusion of all the brainstorm in the 5 breakout rooms that's come up. So see you again in 30 minutes after the breakout rooms has been ended. Thank you very much.
Mana? Okay.
For the main rooms, can you? I'm not sure. Without, if you are not the staff, can you choose the breakout room and go? Can you do it by your own? I think Shanan and Shanan, Dr. Shanan can go to the room that you have been assigned.
Into the wrong room.
You get to the wrong. Which number that you has been assigned? I will let Bon bring you in.
I think it's because I changed my computer. So
That's all right. It's all right. Bon will bring you in. Which
send
number?
me to room 4.
Number 4. Dr. Shanan, number 4, please. Dr. Navin ครับใครเป็นDr. Shanan, you has been assigned to be the co-host now, so you can go by your own now. Thank you. Anyone else? For other participants, are you? We will assign you to the breakout room. Okay, so we will by system to share to move you in the breakout room, please.